Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video. Well, not another video, this time live stream. Okay, so I didn't do a live stream for a really long time now, but there you go again. Okay, let me actually share the stream with other people right now, real quick. Real quick. Let's see. Alright, Discord. Everyone. Stream started. Okay. Let's go. Alright. Okay. Hopefully the stream is fine. All right. Join in. So we're gonna start after a while, maybe after a couple of people joins in, possibly. But yeah. All right. Or maybe after, like, let's say 5 minutes, and then we're gonna start the stream. All right. That would be fun. Pop-up chat. All right, it popped up the chat right here. Nice. And let's position it now. Let me grab my screen. Okay, there you go. Nice. All right. Let's go. Let's open up Godot Engine. And we're gonna get started just after a little bit, just to allow if anyone is interested to join in. Alright. Currently don't have any projects. Cancel. Okay, so right now I'm on Arch Linux. Let's go. Of course, Manjaro Arch Linux, but yeah. Okay. I wonder how much time have gone by. All right, 4 minutes. I think I'll probably start after 5 or 10, not sure, but yeah. Connection seems good, seems very great. So my connection is upgraded, so right now I wouldn't have any issues with connection anymore, so that's pretty cool. So yeah. All right, 9 8 7 5 that's 6 5 4 3 2 1 0. All right, I think let's start already at this point. So let's create a new project. I'm going to put it inside of documents Godot. Okay, I'm gonna call this, well, let's create a new folder. I think I'm gonna call this Quran for now. It's current folder. Well, for now we're just gonna go with forward plus, although it doesn't really matter that much because we're not gonna be using advanced 3D graphics, just, you know, like Go.gy. But anyway, create and edit, and let's go. Let's go. Alrighty. So we have res. Okay. Folder. I like to use this kind of structure, scenes, and then we're gonna have, let's see, main scene, and I'm going to do a simple node right there. I'm gonna call it main. This is kind of just like the bootstrap that I like on every Godot project, really. Whatever it is, save, and there you go. Now we have that main node. Right, interesting. Now let's actually create a control node. Right, is it control node? Yes, create control node. This should take the whole screen. This is gonna be the GUI, the graphical user interface, and we're gonna create a theme. And I do need Noto font and another font. Hold on a second. Noto, sorry, not, yeah, there you go, Noto fonts. I already have it on my system through the package manager, and it's inside USR share fonts, Noto. Okay, let's go to that. But you could easily go ahead and download it from, well, your browser. Let's go, source share notes, Noto. Why it's not there? Weird. Anyways, USR share Noto. There you go. Now there's all the Noto fonts right here. I just want a regular font. Oh man, there's a lot of regular fonts around here. Let's see. I guess Noto Sense regular. No items. Noto Sense dash regular. There you go. Okay. So I'm just gonna take this font right here. Gonna create another folder and call this one fonts. Just trying to be a bit organized here, and let's grab that Noto Sense font to there. Now we have Noto Sense. Now I need the font for Quran, and I'm gonna get that from another package that I downloaded from the Arch, the AUR, from the Arch AUR, which is, let's see, Quran. There you go, TTF-Quran complex-fonts. It's in the AUR. Alright, so if you go to files, it's actually inside USR share fonts, Quran complex. You could also find all of this in Google, of course, but yeah. Let's go back a second there, and let's search for Quran complex. There you go. Well, there is two there, I wonder. But these are doc. Okay. Well, Quran complex. There you go. The fonts right here. Interesting stuff. And I'm going to look for this I'm not sure honestly which one to use yet, but probably one of the KFG QPC fonts. Let's see. Regular, maybe this guy, not sure how it's gonna look, but we're gonna look into it later on. Anyways, there you go. Now we have our fonts. Interesting. Of course, I'm using Godot 4 because it supports Arabic, so let's go. And it also have a lot of cool stuff added into it. I wonder if the stream is still fine. Hold on a second. Yep, still fine, seems like. Alrighty, interesting. So, let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna start with the vertical, VBox container. Let's go. Alright, interesting. I'm going to start right there by, I believe, a panel, you know, and inside of this panel, I'm probably going to have a box. Let's see, a text box, maybe? No, hold on. Option, I think that's called, yeah, option button, okay. Interesting. So this panel, I'm going to go to layout, I think, and custom minimum. For the y-axis, we're going to go with 32 pixels in the offset right there, or in the minimum size. And for the option button here, not sure yet. For now, we're just going to make it take the whole screen, I guess, for now. Okay, interesting. Let's make another panel. And this panel will basically expand to take the whole other space that is left. So let's go ahead and do that. Well, let's see. There you go. Interesting. So now it expands to fill in the space. Now if we just save this scene and play it, as you can see, this is what we got for now. Next up, we're going to put another, let's see, VBox container, I believe, and I'm gonna create it there. There you go. And I'm going to put I believe, let's see, another VBox container. And this is going to be the ayah, basically, the verse. And of course, it's going to have a text label. Right. Let's just go with the label for now, I think. Later on, we may actually use the rich text label, but for now, I think maybe it's fine. But yeah. So here, we're going to look for the Basmala real quick, just to test on it. Okay. Let's see. There you go. This is the Arabic. Or honestly, let's look for Surah Fatiha, for example, real quick. And let's say, let's try with Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim text, and there you go. There you go. Now let's try our font. So the theme. So this is basically this whole thing, I believe, is going to be the container for the Quranic verses, I guess. Or honestly, let's just do it here, you know. Yeah, let's just do it here for now anyways. The theme, no, theme overrides, fonts, font. Well, let's bring in this guy. And this is how it looks like. I do not like that thing that much. But yeah, by die, text direction, I think right to left. No, how do you actually do that? Right. Right to left, and this is the language going to be, I believe, Arabic. There you go, select it up. Alright, interesting. Horizontal alignment, label settings, wrap mode. I wonder is that font is good or not. This is what we get. Alright, well, what about 32 maybe? 32. Yeah, 32 is not that bad, I think. Honestly. Okay, interesting. Interesting. And of course we're also gonna have another label, which is gonna be basically the translation. So the translation is, let's say this. And of course right here we're going to change this to left to right, and left to right here. And in the language we're gonna go with EN, English. Where's English here? English. There you go. Select. Now that's nice. Now basically what I'd like to do is to have something like this. But of course we need a scrolling container for that to work properly. So we're going to make this instead, inside of this panel, we're going to create a, let's see, a scrolling container. Scroll container, right. And we're gonna put this guy inside of there. Interesting. Full screen. And let's go. I'm not sure why this doesn't take the whole. There you go. Now it does. Interesting. Now when we have a lot of it, now we can actually go ahead and do this. But I'd like to also have the ability to actually select the text so you can copy it, etc. So how to do that? Let's see. Line spacing, outline, shadow. Let's see. Vertical align top. So I think for that, probably I have to turn this into another node. Hold on a second. Maybe, let's see, text edit. I guess. And I should make it fit with the contents. Hold on a second. Fit content height, exactly. And we're going to make it, honestly, I do not really trust in the change type function of the editor, so I'm just gonna recreate it once again, just in case. I do not want any corrupted stuff. Okay. scroll, fit content height. Let's set the theme overrides, the font. Let's give it this font. Let's set the font size to 32, I believe. Okay, interesting. And of course, I do not want this to be editable. So let's actually make it not editable, but again, it actually goes ahead and it blends in, which is not something I want. So, well, how to fix that? Pretty simple. Here in colors, I believe. Let's see. It was something here, I guess. Font read only color. Let's go. This should be white for now. And there you go. Okay, very well, interesting. Style normal focus. Ooh. Right, as you can see right now, I can select text, I can copy it, etc. Which is nice. Nice. But of course it should be on the other direction. So by die, well, wrap mode, and not that. Placeholder text. Right to left. Language AR for Arabic. And how do you align stuff? Oh my god, I forgot. Where's the align? Well, that's crazy. There's no align here? Really? Right to left. Layout. Layout direction. There you go, right to left in the layout direction. And there you go, nice. Okay, interesting. Now, okay, why this is not responsive anymore? That's crazy. Okay, there you go, fine. Now, let's actually remove this, and I'm just going to duplicate this guy. I'm going to make sure though that here it's left to right, and here it's EN for English, and the layout, it's going to be left to right. Here we're going to copy this, and of course I want to change the default font, so I'm going to go GY, going to add a theme, new theme, and how do you do that? There you go, default font. I'm gonna go with Noto Sans regular as the default font. Interestingly enough. And yeah. Now if we try this up, as you can see, you can select, you can copy, and all that. Although there is something funny here is that since the text is reversed, look at that, it shows up here instead of here. So I guess that's a bug right there for bidirectional text. But anyways, okay, interesting. Now for several areas we could too simply just do this. But yeah, but of course I also would like to have some separation between the ayats, between the verses. So how do I do that? Well, we go separation, maybe. Let's go with maybe something like 32, so they're fairly spaced right there, I believe. Well, interesting. Alright, so there you go. There you go. Now, of course, I'm gonna make this in its own kind of scene. I'm going to call it verse or ayah in Arabic, but yeah. So I'm gonna make this into its own scene. Scenes, create folder, verse, save, and there you go. Now we have it there. Interesting. Can I do this? All right, interesting. So yeah, verse, text edit, main, and yeah, pretty much I think. This could be called verses. I'm just going to leave that as it is. This one will be called verse selector, I think. And there you go. There you go. Verse selector. Now I think it's the time to actually get the Quran data, I believe. And to do that, there is several APIs. I wonder one thing. Hold on a second. Never mind. Okay, let's look for Tanzil Quran. There you go. So if you go to, I believe, docs, right? Yeah, docs, and you go to Quran text. Now we could basically take the Ottomani text, maybe. Agree. I agree with the terms of use. And I'm going to go with XML because it's much easier to deal with, I think, at least from my perspective. Let's download it, I believe. All right, so it's 1.5 meg. Interesting, but I'm not going to include it into my project, I think. So basically, the gist of it, I think what's going to happen is that I could download it when the application first launched and then basically cache it. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Maybe, but honestly, well, let's just copy the download link. All right, fine, let's copy the download link. Now let's hopefully make a script. So scenes main and create. Let's go. Okay, interesting. So this is the URL, const URL. Well, there you go. And all right, interesting. Well, we're going to have a HTTP request instance right there. All right, pretty cool. Now in the ready function, for now, we're just going to say, or in fact I should try to load if there is any, if it's already cached. So I'm not sure how to do that yet in Godot Engine. Let's see. Saving and reading data. So they're opening a file in user save game.save. And they're using JSON for some reason. But I do remember there was something without even using JSON. Of file access. All right. So I'm file with off and store var of file access. All right, very interesting. So we're going to open the file for reading, of course. So var file is equal to file access dot open. Let's see. So they're using the user path and on. Let's see. Save dot that. There, just basically going to say file access dot read. So we're going to attempt to load if there is any cached data. So yeah. Now if there is, so what this actually returns, hold on a second. Returns null if opening the file failed. You can use get open error to check the error that occurred. So, well, if file equal to null, that means we're going to actually get it from the internet at that point. Okay. So, HTTP request dot request, I believe, and we're gonna give it the URL in this case, and there's even custom headers. Let's see. Custom headers. So let's look for Godot Engine request, HTTP request, right? HTTP request. Programs. I mean, I'm actually looking for the documentation, honestly. Or let's just look for custom headers. Or in fact, honestly, I don't need custom headers, really. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. Anyways, request URL. There you go. Okay, so I just need the URL for now. Node request completed on the main connect, and here it's going to be basically completed. Now I basically have to result, response code, headers, and body. Well, for now let's just print, let's say, I guess By the way, one thing that I'd like to actually have here is type lint. I forgot about that. Lint. Is it not there? I do not really remember. Type. Add type hints. Right, exactly. This guy. That's so useful. All right. Hold on. Now, if I remove this and I disconnect this and I connect it again. All right now it actually gives me the types, which is lovely. I don't need process for now. For func ready. Let's go. And there you go. Pretty cool. Now we're just going to print body dot get string from UTF-8 and I guess let's try that out. Alright, so as you can see, we're pretty much getting all the ayats, all the verses, all the Quran basically as XML, which is honestly very interesting. Although, by the way, there is a copyright notice that you're not allowed to change it because the Quran is preserved. It should never be changed. So yeah, Surah index. Okay, so right now we gotta actually read that XML. How we're going to do that? Well, that's gonna be interesting. Well, we need an XML parser, I believe, right? So here, XML. So we could open a buffer even. Open buffer. Now we already have packet byte array, I guess. Yes, it's in the body. So you could give it basically the body directly. We do not have to actually do anything crazy there, which is cool. Okay. Open buffer, and it could gives us an error. Open an XML raw buffer for parsing. This returns an error code. For now, I'm just going to be very I'm not gonna care about errors too much. I'm just trying to make this work. So I'm just gonna say that assert that it is okay, although by the way assert it does get compiled off like in release mode, so you should be careful about that. So basically this whole line will go away. So a better approach maybe would be is to basically say var result is equal to that, and then assert result equal. Okay, so when this line gets removed in release mode, you're gonna be fine. Nice. Right. Otherwise, what we could do maybe, well, in fact, honestly, just do it. If I do not remember if I really need the parentheses. I do not think I do. Yeah, maybe not. I do not actually remember exactly. Yeah, it seems like not. Do not need that, and maybe I could even save not file. So yeah, okay. Now if XML open buffer is equal to okay, or honestly let's say not equal to okay, then we're going to push error, and we're going to say XML dot, I believe, get error or something. I believe there is a method for that. No? I guess maybe it's in the other guys. Yeah, it could be, yeah. Could be. Yep, I think so, right? So that's that. But for now, let's just say XML failed to open buffer for XML parsing. All right, let's just keep it like that for now. Next up, now that we opened the buffer, what we gotta do next? Let's see. I do not honestly remember well how it does work. Hold on. Godot Engine XML parser. Let's see. Read is empty. Open. I do remember I've seen the example somewhere. That's weird. Okay, let's just see here. So there's this read function. Check whether the current element is empty. Sorry, not that. Well, where's the read function? Return the next node of the file. This returns an error code. Okay. So maybe I should say while read. Maybe. Hold on. Okay, while xml.read. Well, xml.read is equal to okay. Honestly, let's just say if file is equal to null here. Anyways, well, xml.read is equal to okay. Let's print maybe xml.get. Let's try to get something. Get maybe tag, no? Okay, attribute count. Let's say get node name, for example, and let's see what's gonna happen there. Oh yeah, there we go. So that's the tag name, okay? So as you can see, it starts by, hold on, what? Let's clear everything. Let's try again. Okay. Why does print that thing? Oh yeah, because I'm still printing that guy. Alright, makes sense. So let's try again. Okay. So Quran, Surah, then it basically tells you when the surah ends, etc, etc. Now I gotta figure out how do you know if it's a closing or, I think get node type maybe. Hold on. Compare with node type constants. Okay, so there's node element end and node element. Well, that's interesting. Element tag, end of element. That's very interesting. So let's actually, I believe, switch. I believe there is a new switch statement. Maybe it's called match? Yeah, called match. So you match on, let's say, XML dot, I believe, get node type. No, get node name, okay? So depending on that, we're gonna do something. So match XML, get node name. So if it's a surah, then we can do something. Let's say maybe print xml.get node type, I guess, for now. There you go. Nice, nice, nice. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. So 1 2. Okay. So match XML get node name, and I'm going to look for I can look for either the beginning or the end, basically. But I think I'm just gonna have maybe a buffer of some sort. So var versus is equal to some list, okay? And then I'm gonna say if, let me make sure that I'm Godot Engine match. Go, nice, nice, nice. All right. Interesting. So if xml.getNode type is equal to right end, I believe. What is it? Hold on. Node element, okay. Node end. Does that make sense? And I do not need this parentheses. And let's just say that var source is equal to that. Okay, so when we reach the end of a surah, we're going to say, let's see, surah to append versus, and then we're basically going to say that versus is equal to a new list. So yeah, I guess here maybe I gotta say node element. What? Node type. Are you kidding? Oh, let's see. XML parser.node. There you go. Okay. Node element end. Or we could basically say this. Okay. Node type is equal to node text is true. Okay, for at the end of the day, we're just gonna print maybe versus. Print versus the append. But of course, if it's a verse, what is it called? AI, I think, right? Then we're basically just gonna say versus.append xml.getNode, maybe data, possibly, not sure, but I guess let's try it out. it's giving us nothing. Weird. Alrighty. What if we do not have this condition? It's still not working out. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Right. I need to actually check out the XML more. Hold on a second. So if we open this up. Alright, so there is Sura area index. Oh, it's an attribute of text. Okay, hold on a second. XML.get attribute name. No, get attribute named. Maybe named attribute. There you go. Value, and the name is text, I believe. Now hold on a second. So what is the append versus, and then versus the append? Yeah, I think it should make sense, right? Let me try now. And we're still getting an empty list. How come? Well, that's crazy. Print good old print. So we're printing. So, well, oh man, what I'm doing here. What? Suras to append versus, well, that's true, but okay. Can you print this guy? It's also printing that. Oh my god, my bad. I have to print the suras, not the verses. Okay. Alright, seems to work out, I guess. Yeah, maybe. Although it does seem like it's so little. Maybe it got truncated? Yeah, it just got truncated, seems like. Alright, interesting. Now, if I print suras, the first surah, let's see if it's right or not. Okay, there you go. Lovely. So it works. Amazing. Perfect. Now, we also need the names of the surahs. Now, in the surah tag, there is indeed a name right there. Although it's in the start tag, not the end tag. So that's interesting, but we're checking for the end tag. I wonder how much we've been. Okay, nice, interesting. Let's see if we can get the name attribute, although we are checking for this guy. Yeah, let's see. Otherwise, I'll probably turn around and check for the first instead, but yeah. So let's try to print for now the xml.getNode. Well, get named attribute value. There's also value safe. Not exactly sure yet what's the difference there, but anyways. And here we're going to check for. Let me just make sure we're using that guy. Okay, so xml.getNamed attribute value, and we're looking for the name. Okay, let's see if we're gonna get something there. Maybe not. Yeah, we're not. All right, gotcha. That's interesting. By the way, where are we printing that? There you go. Now remove this. So it seems like we have to actually check for the start tag instead. Okay, let's go ahead and go with the start tag, I think. node element start, or what exactly? Yeah, just node element, right? Okay, interesting. So now the order changes a bit though. So source dot append versus. It's probably the opposite though. Now, in this case, source dot append versus. And also not just that, now we're gonna have maybe a dictionary where the name is basically the that thing, and then the ayat or the verses, should I call it, is equal to, well, verses basically. And the name here should equal to this guy. Okay, hopefully that would work. And yeah, I think maybe it works, maybe. So as you can see, we have the name, Al-Fatiha, and then a list of verses, which is honestly very interesting. What other information we could get from here? I think, yeah, that's pretty much it, I believe. And there's an interesting thing is that the first verse, the verses that have the basmala in it, or bismillah, does contain a tag called bismillah. So you could check for that if you want to check, let's say, if a surah, or what is it called, chapter, if a chapter have the basmala in the start or not. So yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so right now we pretty much have, I think, decoded all that information from the XML file into a pretty compact one. So we have the name and the verses. The name and the verses. Alrighty, interesting. Although maybe I would like to use a dictionary instead and have the key as the name, but honestly no, that would be bad. Alright, so this is good, this is great. So now basically we have this source, which we basically should hopefully save into a file. And yeah, so file access, var file access dot open. Let's say, well, instead of changing that, I'm just gonna say the save path, or basically the, yeah, save path, or data path. Let's call it data path, fine. Const data path is equal to that. Now I could just reuse it, but now instead of file access.read, we have to say file access.write. Right, okay. Now we have to write that thing. Okay, so store, and I'm going to use Godot beautiful store, I think store var. Yeah, you just give it a variant and then it basically just store it for you. It takes care of all that crazy stuff. Full objects. What is full objects? Not sure what's that. Store var stores any variant value in the file if full objects is true. Encoding objects is allowed. It can potentially include code. as the global var to bytes method. Note, not all properties are included, only properties that are configured with the properties with storage flags that will be serialized. No, I'm honestly not sure what it's talking about, but anyways, let's just try to store the surahs right there. Okay, lovely. Next. But of course, if file is equal to null, then for now we're just gonna say push error. Failed to save. Or failed to cache. Cache or save? Well, failed to open save file. Okay. For writing. Okay. Right, for now. Later on we may actually, instead of push error, we may, like, let's say, show a pop-up on the screen or something, indicating that that happened or something like that. But anyways, for now this is fine, I guess. Okay. Interesting. Next up, no, we're checking if file is equal to null. But what if file is not equal to null? So if file, we want to do something else, we want to do this. So if file exists, then hopefully you could say file dot load var, or what is it called? So there's get var, maybe? Yeah, we get var. Well, honestly, not necessarily we want to only store the surahs though. Not necessarily. But we'll see about that later. For now, this is fine. What get var takes? Oh, so you could basically say store var, let's say 2 times or something like that. Interesting. Alright, interesting. So this is going to be hopefully the surahs. And then we could basically say print, well, var surahs. Let's try to print loaded surahs. All right, pretty cool. So let's open that up. And by now it should have been saved that. Now hopefully, let me remove the print, by the way. Let me remove this print. And now hopefully it should say loaded and tell me all the source that got loaded. And there you go. It works. Oh my god. Let's go. So it works perfectly. Oh my god. That was pretty great. So if we can find that file, it would go ahead and it would load the Quran from it. If not, it's going to go to the internet, it's going to use the URL, and it's going to fetch the Quran. So yeah, amazing, perfect. So next up is, well, well, request. That just returns an error. By the way, I have to check for error here. So if okay or if not equal to OK, then you could basically push error failed to request. Failed to request, to make request, I guess, to make HTTP request. Let's say send, not request, HTTP request. But anyways, I guess that's pretty much it, hopefully. Okay, lovely. So now. Well, honestly, I think I would just say var surahs is equal to that, maybe. And then here, I'm no longer required to do this. So basically, it's global. And basically the same thing here. And after that, func, let's call it start for now. I cannot really think of a good name right now. Start pass. So here, when the surahs get loaded, I'm just gonna say start. And here, also gonna say start. So after the surahs have been loaded in both cases, in the first case from a saved file and the second case from a HTTP request, then we're going to basically print, let's say print source. Now I don't know where is the user path in Linux, honestly. So Godot Engine user path Linux. I want to remove that file so I could check it out. So it's in Linux in my case. It's in the home.local/share/godot. All right, very interesting. So I wonder where is it possible to do it? Well, let me just open up a terminal. CD, that guy, ls, and there you go. If we go maybe to app user data, and let's go. So our project is called Quran, I think. No? Well, let's just try to find dash name that, maybe save. Well, what? Are you kidding? What I called the file, hold on a second. Yeah, I called it, oh yeah, I called it Quran save, okay. Well, Quran save.dat. Oh yeah, so it's inside of Godot. Quran save.dat. So app user data, Godot, and oops. And there you go, it's right around here. Nice. So if I cat this up, oh, let's go. As you can see, it's all stored around here, around the corner. I wonder how big it is. Well, it's actually 1.4 meg. That's cool. So, yep. Now we do need the translation of the Quran. I forgot about that, or at least I almost forgot about that. But for now, we're just going to ignore it for a second there. So yeah, and verse if in ready. So let's go here, start, and inside GUI, well, let's get first of all the, I believe, the scene. So const verse, okay. So const verse is equal to, I believe, preload, and then we could preload the verse tscn, and now hopefully we could instance it. So const, what I'm doing, const verse, I guess, or just var verse though, is equal to verse dot, I believe, instantiate. Let's go. And then I could basically go ahead and add it to the verses. Let's remove, by the way, this guy. And but hold on. Let's start by the first surah, for example. Or honestly, instead of this, let's start by populating the verse selector. That's a good thing to do first. So verse selector dot add item. Okay, interesting. Well, for surah in surahs, we're going to say add item surah dot name to basically. And let's try this out. And there you go. So now we have all the names right around the corner. Let's go. Interesting. Surah.name. And after that, if the user load any of those, so verse selector node item selected, we're going to connect it to main. And here a verse got selected. Now here, inside of here, we're going to first of all clean up if there's anything inside verses. So we're gonna say for verse, maybe in verses, and we're going to verse dot q free, I believe, right? Yeah. Well, of course, we're gonna get the children of verses. Get children and verse.queue_free. Okay, nice. Now after that, after the cleanup, we're going to load the verses of the selected surah. So for verse in surahs, and we already have the index of the selected item. We're basically going to say var verse is equal to let's see, verse.instantiate. Okay, interesting. Oh, oh yeah, gotcha. Var verse scene. Let's call it verse scene, I guess. Okay, interesting. Now we're going to add that as a child of verses, and also verse scene dot set. Let's say set text, and we're gonna say verse dot hold on, source index dot verses. All right, yeah, just verse. It's just gonna be the text. Okay, interesting. Set text. Now of course we have to actually make a new script here, and we're gonna have func set verse. Of course you're gonna get the text as I believe a string, and you're going to go ahead text edit dot text is equal to text, and there you go. And of course after that we have to add it to the verses thing, and since we're going to be using it twice, let's just actually say let's call this verses container, I believe. Const well, I do not think, yeah, it's have to be on ready. Var versus container is equal to that guy. All right, of course I forgot about the type inference stuff. For performance and type checking. No, I cannot do that there because I'm not declaring a variable there. There you go. So yeah, and here too, and hopefully that would work out. Oh yeah, I did forget about the verse container. The add child verse scene, and let's go. Honestly, verse scene, let's call it maybe versus scene. No, it's fine. Okay, so let's try this now. Yo, what's going on here? Why that happened? Well, that's very weird. Why did debugger have invalid call non-existence set text? Oh, in vbox container. Oh my god, what I'm doing? Verse.set. Well, verse scene, right? So what's the problem right there? Verse So instantiate func setVerse. Oh, I called it setVerse. Well, setText. Okay. I don't know why this happens. That's weird. Why this happens? What? Oh, why there's only a verse here? That's crazy. What's the verse container though? Verses, okay. VBox. That's honestly very weird. Oh, main. Oh my god, my bad. I have to actually, let's select this current thing. Alright. And it did lag out, so I guess it works, but that's crazy. Maybe I have to actually use, well, I'm not even adding the child yet, which is honestly interesting. Well, let's get the smallest source right here instead. For example, this. Okay, so it seems fine. So let me try now to add it as a child. Well, hello Northern Code. What's up? How's it going? If I go with this verse, oh my god, let's go. There you go. Okay, amazing, perfect. So now I can select a surah and it just loads it in. Now it does lag until it loads the thing, and oh my god, what's going on here? Okay, so there is some problems there. So some characters aren't able to be read. Interesting. Let's look for maybe, okay, let's look for which character is that. And also it really lags a lot to do that. Hold on. What if I actually, instead of adding the child directly, maybe I have to queue it and, well, deferred basically. Yeah, call deferred, add child. That hopefully would fix it, maybe. And let's say verse scene. No, hopefully that would fix it. That worked. That also worked. Now what about a bigger surah? I don't know, maybe this guy? Well, it's still not responsive while loading the thing, so call deferred. Do I like need to actually create another thread or something? If so, that's gonna be, well, that also means since this is a task that takes too long, that also means that we actually have to reuse the verse stuff instead of actually queuing all of them and starting from scratch. Well, That's interesting. Okay, well, how are we gonna do that? So for I in range, you say, right? And we could say source index.verses. So these are the verses that we have. So let's actually make them into a variable. So verses is equal to that. So for I in range, verses.length, and what is it even called in Godot? Really? Is it len? Yeah, exactly. Well, it's actually a function. Right, so just like that. Okay, len, and then you say versus. Okay. Now that I got that out of the way, we could basically say if versus container get child maybe, and then here you could give it an index, and this returns a child node by its index. Each get child count. Well, I could also get the child count, and depending on that, I could do something. Oh well, I guess let's try it. So if get child count, and honestly for that, var current versus count is equal to that. Now if I is less than current versus count, then we're basically going to reuse that thing. We're just going to say versus, no, what? Hold on. What are you talking about? Versus? Oh, never mind. If I is less than current versus count, we're going to go ahead and versus container, right? Dot get child. We're going to get that particular child in that index, and we're basically just gonna, in this case, set the text to the, well, to versus index. Okay, so basically reusing that stuff. Nice. Now after that, set text. Well, honestly, I'm probably going to create all the instances like at the start, basically, and just reuse them. Oh yeah, well, that's going to be interesting. So how to do that? Well, or I guess maybe it's fine. So the load time won't be that great. Let's see. So if current versus count is less than, well, var versus count is equal to length of verses. Okay, now if current versus count is less than the versus count, then we have to hide the rest, basically. Does that make sense? Or what if I say for I in range from versus count to current versus count, and if there's any, we're basically going to hide them. So get child I and dot set visible, or what is it called exactly? Visible or what? No. Is there a hide function? Yeah, so I could say hide. To hide. Otherwise, I should make sure that the setted ones are actually displayed. So I should make sure to say, well, our child is equal to so we could probably remove these guys for now. Cannot infer the type of versus variable because the value doesn't have a set type. Well, versus. So surahs doesn't have a set type. Well, that's interesting. Well, the surahs would basically be, not sure if you could do that there, but well, I honestly do not know how I can set the type yet. But for now, fine. We'll just do this. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. And then let's say child.show, I believe, or what's the opposite of hide? Show? Yeah, show. At least I think so. So yeah, child.show. Now, of course, at this start, well, okay, so what each thing does. Here, we're basically reusing old verse instances. Okay? Here, we're basically hiding the extra verse instances. We're not removing them. And hopefully we gotta add the, oh well, here if I is less than current versus count, then we're basically reusing. Here otherwise we're gonna basically recreating a new instance. Okay, interesting. So var child is equal to, let's say, verse.instantiate. This is pretty fun. Okay. Child dot, well, set text. Well, honestly, these guys are pretty much the same, but anyways, let's just copy this up. And child dot, well, here where they're deferred, though. Here we gotta say versus container. Here we gotta add them. So we gotta add the child, and we gotta add the child, basically. And hopefully this would work. Hopefully. Okay. Well, it doesn't for some reason. Oh, it does, but okay. Well, honestly, I should at the start, I should probably at least, you know, load something like Al-Fatiha. So yeah, I'm going to do that. In the start function, we're gonna make sure to basically call this guy. It's just like there is a signal there. Okay. So add item surah name, and here I'm just gonna say 0. So we can, at the start of it, it will load the Al-Fatiha, and that's nice. So now I go down, let's see this. I'm gonna fix this kind of character thing in a second. I'm honestly not sure why that's the case. Let me remove some of the hold on, just going to do this. Okay, so out type XML, type too many, tatwil, true, rub, true. So I'm going to remove one of these guys and see if that would help or not. Let's just, for example, remove these guys. So the marks, the sajda, and the roba. And of course I shouldn't remove that interrogation mark. And I'm just gonna leave the tatwil and the Quran type. And see if that got fixed by any chance. Which one I've checked with last time. Honestly don't remember. But let's just pick any. Okay, so the problem still persists, sadly. So let's remove. Well, what font we're using though? Hold on a second. Well, we're using regular. Maybe we should use the many fonts. Well, that's possible. So. Let's remove everything. Nice. So here's all the fonts. Let's look for all the many fonts and hopefully one of them fixes it. Well, there's a lot of fonts. Let's go maybe with Hafs font. And let's try it out. So where did I set the font? I think in the verse. Right. So inspector. And where we did set that thing. Hold on, what? Are you kidding me? There you go, fonts. Let's try this up, hopefully. Look at that beauty. Okay, let's see. Well, I always forget. Let's see. Alright, hopefully that fixes it. Let's see. All good until now. I'm trying to avoid big. Hold on. Until now we're all good. Well, we fixed it. Alright, so I should use as many fonts. Okay. So there's no need for this guy anymore. We're going to remove it. Does it still work? Oh yeah, nice. Lovely. Let's go. And you could select anything. And of course you could copy, cut, well not cut, but you got the point. Now let's try the bigger surahs. That's gonna be interesting. For example, let's go with something like I want one. Do not even remember where it is. Hold on. There you go. Okay. I like this one so much. Okay. But why there is no basmala? That's weird. Why there's no basmala? But anyways. So as you can see, it's pretty great. Lovely. So the problem is no longer there. Which is honestly very interesting. Well, lovely. Now we need to somehow figure out to maybe get the translations too now. Maybe. Oh yeah, I wanted to check. Yeah, it's fine. So, pretty cool results until now, honestly. That's pretty lovely. If we full screen. Now let's try the biggest, well, surah, the biggest chapter. Oh yeah, it does lag. I think after each verse or after a set count of verses, I'm just going to yield for the next frame. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, right? So the application stays responsive while loading the verses. And honestly, this is very interesting. But I do not want this to happen. And oh yeah, well, yeah, the bidirectional text scrolling is actually not good. Look at that, it's inversed. Oh yeah, I think they gotta fix that. Okay, well, so we gotta fix something. I do not want that scroll bar, of course. So how to fix that? Well, let's see. Maybe a wrap mode? Well, let's try it. Honestly, let's add that that yield thing now. So I guess each frame we would load one verse. I mean, you cannot be faster than that in reading verses, I guess. So I think that should be fine. So how to do this? Well, I guess I'm gonna do it here. I'm going to say well, in Godot 4 there is something about async or await, right? It's called await. And honestly, I don't not remember what is it called. Hold on. Godot Engine. By the way, is the stream still fine? Yeah. Seems all good. Seems all good. Okay, so Godot Engine. Await idle frame. I'll go to engine 4. There you go. Await gate 3. Well, not that's great timer. So maybe get 3. If I remember, maybe a process frame. Oh yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I guess so. Hold on. So let's try this out. And look at that. So each frame it loads one verse. So the application hopefully stays responsive. And look at that. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. And it seems like it's animating while it's actually not. It just for loading purposes. But there you go. So interesting. Now there's no longer that problem. But you get to, oh yeah, by the way, the wrap, changing the wrap mode from none to boundary actually fixes it. So now instead of having a scroll bar, it actually expands. So that's very interesting. Now let me make sure everything is working fine. Let's go back, and as you can see, it's all great. Although honestly, maybe we only need that await when we're creating stuff, not necessarily maybe when we're setting the stuff, because maybe the, well, let us try, I guess. Okay, if I switch to well, there is one problem, which is if you switch the chapter while you're actually still loading, well, you get a problem. Both will be working. So that's so bad. That's so bad. Well, but as you can see, now it actually loads very quick. It's very responsive because we're reusing all that cool stuff. So that's honestly very interesting. But again, we shouldn't actually, oh yeah, here's what I'm gonna do basically. So while the chapter is still loading, we're going to disable the selector. Yeah, so simple. There you go. So I'm gonna make sure that the selector is disabled. Where is the verse selector? There you go. Dot maybe that. Then at the end of it, or honestly, we could just basically, when a new item gets selected, we're going to directly disable. And then afterwards, when everything is done, we're going to enable. Let's enable it again. I'm not sure if this is how it's supposed to be. Yeah, okay. All right, let's try this out now. And if I, let's see this, as you can see, now it's actually disabled until, of course, is, well, after it loads. All right, amazing, perfect. Now I think we have to add translation, and hopefully there's still time. Audio, that would be also interesting. But yeah, as you can see right now, works honestly perfectly. Lovely. Oh yeah, let's go. And you could also select. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. All right, amazing. Now, there's one thing that is missing, is the verse number though. So Where should I add the verse number? Let's see. I wonder what designer would do it for. Let me see, make sure the live stream is still working. Yeah, excellent connection. Okay, interesting. Lovely. All right. Key pressed outside, disable this pressed. And honestly, maybe for faster loading, maybe we should load, let's say 10 verses by 10 verses or something similar. So there's an easy way to do this. Okay, so if I modulo, let's say 10 verses is equal to 0, then we could basically await. So after 10 verses gets loaded, we're going to await for the next frame. So the application gets back control. Okay, so if you say this, but honestly, it's still very unresponsive, although it's only 10 verses. Yeah, it's really not responsive. What about 2 verses, let's say? Well, 2 verses, not that bad, but still, it's not the best. So honestly, let's just keep it as 1 verse. So, well, let's just remove this whole thing. We're going to await process frame. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool. This is the verse selector. Let me add it here. OnReady var versus selector equal to that. Well, verse selector though, not versus. Okay. Where is verse selector? There you go. Okay, so that's nice. Next up, there's also this guy. Well, verse selector. Here too. Other than that, there is this guy. OnReady var HTTP request is equal to that. Okay, pretty lovely. Pretty lovely. Honestly, I'm so satisfied with the results so far. Not bad. So now I gotta check out for translations. And for audio. Okay, hold on. So there's Quran metadata, which is gonna be very useful later on. But what about the Quran translations? So of course XML. XML, okay. So there's all of these languages, which is honestly very interesting. But of course we need the English translation right now. And I'm gonna go with this Itani, Talal Itani, I think what it's called. And if I remember, this is the author of the Clear Quran version or translation. Let me just check. Well, maybe? No? No? Well, hold on. Clear Quran author? Oh my god, sorry. Dr. Mustafa Khattab. Okay. Well, I wonder if he's here. If it's here or not. Well, it's not. Unfortunately, but, well, I need to look out for someone. There's also English transliteration, which would be useful too, to add. Okay, let's try it out. Oh well, not well formed. Why? Why not well formed? That's crazy. Well, why it just locked me off? Weird. Well, let's just go back here. Let's go to translations, XML for the file format, and there's also tafsirs. The tafsir. Why they're all not well formed? That is crazy. Okay, let me open it with something else. Let's say Kate, for example. Oh well, I think it is well formed, but these guys. No. So, oh yeah, that's a transliteration. Okay, that makes sense. All right. What about this? All right, makes sense, I guess. Makes sense. I wonder if I can get all the languages and the names from this. Well, we could do something interesting, which is to inspect network reload and see all the requests, and hopefully maybe we could get something out there. So all these are get requests, and except for Google Analytics stuff. That's the document. Oh well, it may be just inside the document itself. Anyways, never mind. So right now, I think I'm only interested in the English translation and possibly the transliteration. Later on, we may check out on maybe expanding to more languages, which would be cool. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's check the downloads again, and let's grab the URLs of the downloads. What's going on here? Okay, never mind. Okay, let's maybe start with the English translation. Okay, so copy download link, and let's go back. I do not remember, but I think maybe it's the same structure, so you could basically use the same code to process this one too, maybe. But yeah. Okay, so how to do this? Well. So I think I'm going to make this maybe into. But for now, let's just hard code stuff. Okay. So let's say const English URL. And this is it. So you basically say translation ID is equal to, and you tell it which translation. Now, talking about the name of the translation, I think we could get this from another API later on if we want to, let's say, let the user select the translation. But yeah, anyways, for now, this is fine, I think. English URL. Now, I think it's the time to maybe abstract this into its own function. I mean, where's the URL? Well, not this, but so basically we're requesting the URL here. Then afterwards, we should request another. Well, we need two HTTP requests if we want to launch them in parallel though. So for now, let's just do it. So HTTP request 2. This is basically HTTP request. This is English. Although I could name them better later on, but for now, we're just trying to make this work. Anyways, English, and here in the well, where's the, there you go. Okay, I zoned out for a second there. Let's remove this thing. Okay, if HTTP request dot request the English URL not equal to okay, then well, send English HTTP request anyways. Okay, and of course we gotta link this on request completed to the main function again. Now hopefully we could do the same exact thing again. So xml.read versus source so we have one. Okay, let's actually make this into its own thing, I guess. The only problem though here is that I think we do not know the order at which each request would be done. And so if we try to store var, okay, so we shouldn't really store it now. All right, interesting. We should probably keep that storing the cache thing later on. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Well, I wonder how can you actually check, let's say, when the app wants to exit. All right, interesting. So first of all, we should not allow the user to exit by himself. Okay, so we're gonna do this in the ready function, I guess. Now if you do this and you try to quit, of course it doesn't allow you. And after that, I could use the notification here to detect that he wants to quit. Now here I could basically save. Okay, interesting. So we're gonna have a save function. Okay, now instead of storing surahs like this, I think we're gonna store Quran in a dictionary. So yeah, and yeah. And surahs would be a list inside of that dictionary, I believe. So surahs, well, not that, not dictionary. Well, yeah, what? Yeah, a list. Okay. So if what is equal notification WM close request, so why have a problem with that? Weird. Oh, I see. So there is some problem right there. Okay, nice. Get tree.quit. So before quitting, we save. Now we save what? We save the Quran. So let's grab this whole thing from here and let's basically save here. Now if file is equal null, file.store var. By the way, now instead of hello the gaming break, now instead of store var surahs, this time we're gonna actually store the Quran instead. And here we could say Quran.surahs. Or honestly, instead of surahs, I wanted to actually call it, yeah, I forgot. I wanted to call them verses, but, well, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna change that, okay. Let's call them verses. And I think here, same thing. Yeah, Quran.verses. So we gotta change basically whenever we find surahs, we're gonna make sure to change that. Just so it's more international in some sense. I don't know what to call it, but anyways. Okay, anyway. Oh my, what? No, not verses. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I did a big mistake there. No, it's not verses, but chapters. Oh my god. Okay. Chapters, well, Quran.chapters. That makes sense now. And well, that means that maybe we do not require that thing then. I don't know. Anyways, expected expression as dictionary value. Well, we cannot do that right there, unfortunately. Okay. Quran.chapters. File.getVar. Save get tree.quit. Quran.chapters right here. Let's look for everywhere we're saying source and change it to Quran.chapters. Hopefully we're not going to break something. Okay. So there's no verses anymore. or surahs, I mean. Okay, interesting. Now let's make sure we're doing it right. Quran.chapters, index.verses. Well, inside chapters, oh, actually chapters would be a dictionary, right? Hold on. Yes, it would be a dictionary, and it would have the name basically is equal to some string. Well, what? No, hold on. No, it's gonna be a array, and then inside of it the verses would be dictionaries. Well, okay, never mind. All right, so in the save here, store var, and we save in the Quran. Where we're loading now? We're trying to load here. Okay, so Quran.chapters. Well, not chapters here. We're just going to load the whole Quran. So Quran equal file.get var. Interesting. So yeah. Other than that, here we should, well, we don't need to do anything, I guess, here. Maybe versus the append. Oh yeah, we're saying Quran.chapters.append, so that makes sense. Okay, all right. So I think that now it's good. It's all good, I guess. But of course, I gotta actually remove the old guy, the old save file, because it's no longer compatible. And that's why I should probably add a version. And every time there is a bump, we could basically invalidate that thing, that save file. Yeah, honestly, that's very good thing. So in Quran here, we could maybe, like, let's say add version is equal to something. So let's say 0. You know, it's not gonna be some version. This is just to make sure that the old save files that are no longer compatible will be automatically removed and redone, basically. So that's honestly very good. File.get var. Now after this, here we're basically load here I'm just gonna call this request though, func. So request, and here if Quran well honestly I'm not gonna put it here though. In fact, I don't need any of this, I think. No, honestly just leave it. But what we need though is the const version is equal to, let's say, something. Okay, now if Quran dot version is not equal to version, then that means, well, we have to request. And so yeah, but if equal to version, we're basically going to start directly. Otherwise we're going to request, and request I think is we'll actually go ahead and start. This is not the best code ever, of course, but it's better than nothing. There you go. Okay. So that would single-handedly make sure that if, let's say, we release a new version or the user basically updates the application, the old save file should basically get removed, or at least get overridden. Okay, so yeah, else request. And are we saving that? Let's see. So in request, what we're doing in save, okay, store var Quran. Well, before we store that, let's make sure that we set the version. Okay, interesting. So that should do the job, hopefully. Okay, I guess let's just try and see what's gonna happen. So Quran equal file.get var, trying to assign value of type array. Oh well, it's trying to, okay, interesting. File.get var. So that's no good. I'm just gonna call this maybe saved, okay? Because, well, basically from version to version, the type could be in like not the same anymore, just like in this case. So to foolproof it, or whatever you want to call it, we're gonna say var saved first. Then if the version are the same, then I'm going to say Quran is equal to saved. Otherwise, no. Else request. Okay. So that's basically the case. Now invalid get index version on base dictionary. Oh well, if saved the version. And in fact, we should maybe check if version is actually inside of there or not. Invalid get index version on base array. Well, okay. So what about if has, well, saved has do you like say has property or what exactly? Oh, I think you just say has, right? And I could check for if it has version. Okay. All right, that's good. Now if I do this, right now it's no longer requesting it again. So as you can see right now, even if we switch the version, let's say, it's gonna be fine. Interesting. Okay, lovely. Love that. So I think right now we have just solved it. Yeah, really, it was that simple. Man, that's cool. Okay. Now we could, of course, now we could go to extending to the English stuff. So here's the English result that we're gonna get. But, of course, here we probably have to, Len versus Quran chapters. Not here, not here, here. Okay. Here, here, here. So basically, this XML parser stuff should go in its own thing. I'm not sure what to call it though, but I'm just gonna call it for now parse, and let's see what arguments we can need there. So func parse, and I gotta fix the okay, gotta fix this guy. Well, just fix the tabs. And now let's see what we're gonna need here. So of course, first of all, we do not have the body, and the body should be a packed byte array. That's the first thing. So parse, and we're gonna give it the body. Well, the body of the request, you know, not any other body. So parse XML read. Okay, XML get node name, get node type, XML node element. Now here we're using a global thing, which is not good. I'm gonna call this maybe list, possibly. And here I could say Quran.chapters. And of course, list should be some sort of that. Well, how do you actually say it? I guess array or what? Well, anyway, for now, this is fine. Okay. So we got the list there. Quran.chapters. Now let's make sure this is still working first of all. Well, I cannot be sure because maybe it's just loading the old one. So let's change the version for a second there, so we make sure that it's actually requesting it. Okay, good. So it works. Although I have all those debugger errors for some reason. Oh yeah, because I'm not using, I'm using the same HTTP request thing. So I should use the second HTTP request English. Of course, this structure is bad, but we're gonna refactor it later. For now, it's fine. So ready var HTTP request English is equal to that. Okay. So let's just switch the version back so it triggers the request again. HTTP request English. Well, request English like this. Okay. All right, all works perfect. Now we're gonna do the same exact thing. But we're gonna add another one called maybe English chapters, I guess. Hopefully. And then right now we could basically just say parse body that and then start. Body, instead of Quran.chapters, we could use English chapters, right? Yep, interesting. English chapters. And hopefully that would be great. So after that, print the Quran English chapters, I guess, or yeah. And let's see if that succeeded or no. Well, nothing got printed. which is bad. Bad news. So why that's the case? What? Why? Why? So it doesn't seem to hit it at all for some reason. Well, that's super weird. Alright, so somehow the request doesn't even succeed. What? So we're saying HTTP request English. .request English URL not equal OK. Otherwise it would given us an error, right? Oh, my bad. I have to change the version. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. So let's just change the version. So it would request the data again. It would invalidate the old save file. Hopefully. And oh, I forgot about the breakpoint. Man, that's crazy. Okay. And there you go. It seems to work out. I mean, look at that. Look at that. But it doesn't have the name though. But the verses have been loaded correctly. But does it really not have the name? Hold on a second. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much, but still. Kate? Oh. Why the name is empty for the source, for the chapters? Well, they're there, but they're empty. Well, that's sad. How am I supposed to get the English names then? I mean, I could look up and load another file called the metadata, but bro, why? It would have been so simple if they just did it. I wonder if this is like all of them is like this, or is it just this particular one? Okay, let me have a look into the other ones. So for example, I don't know, let's see. For example, this guy, okay? Let's check this out. Open with Kate. Oh yeah, all of them are like that. All of them are like that. So they do not contain the names. And so, but this is honestly fine because we do not require the names for now, at least the English names for now. Later on, we will need them and we're going to get them from another file. It would have been cool if it was possible like this, but anyways, this is nice. English chapters. Nice. So next up is we have to basically make use of those chapters. Okay. So on verse selector item selected, well, here we're setting the text. Okay. Well, in fact, we're doing that thing twice, here and here. Seems like. But anyways, so child dot set English text versus, well, which verses you're talking about? Oh well. Oh well, oh well. We gotta say var English versus now. Equal to Quran dot English. This is very not extendable structure, but we can refactor later. So yeah. English chapters, same index, dot versus, same structure. Okay. Now here, instead of versus, we're gonna say English versus I, hopefully. And of course, let's not forget, same thing here. Although we maybe could make use of one function, I guess. But anyways, for now, this is fine. So now we have to have func set English text. So text, it's going to be a string. And we're going to say text edit 2 dot text is equal to text. Now, of course, let's actually show that now. And hopefully that would work out of the box. And of course not. So invalid get index 0 on base array. Well, why that's the case? Oh, well, I know exactly why that's the case. Okay. So we have to wait for all of those HTTP requests to start, not just for one to be received. So how are we going to do that? Well, I guess we're just going to have some counter, okay? So maybe something like this. Counter is equal to 2 in this case. And on each one, we're going to say counter minus equal 1. And then if counter is equal to 0, then we're going to start. Or instead of doing it here, we could put it in the start function itself. We can do it here. And here var counter, let's remove it from here. Let's put it somewhere around here. Okay. Now, every time the start function get called, we're gonna decrease that counter. And if counter not equal to 0, then we're basically going to return. Well, if counter not equal 0, then return. Okay. But hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah, that's good. That's good, I guess. Or okay. All right, amazing. So it seems to work already. Well, that's honestly very cool. But of course, the same problem with that. We should basically go ahead to wrap mode boundary. And of course, I do not need to print that stuff anymore. All right, and it seems like it's done. Right, let's wait for it to load, I guess. Well, what's going on? Why it's taking too long? Well, not sure. Maybe the loading is failing right now. Let me change the version for a second. So it requests that stuff again. Okay. And there you go. Okay, amazing. Now if we take this guy and look at that. And something you're going to notice with the Quran is that the Arabic version, well, the original Quran is pretty concise because it's using Arabic, and Arabic is pretty dense, you know. And that's why the Quran is much smaller than the Bible, you know. And like the translations are not even near enough, you know. It's like just one word in Arabic, you could probably stay forever trying to match it with the translation, but you just cannot. You just, bruh. So these translations are just, you know, just as close as possible humanly. So, but anyways, so this is honestly very interesting. Maybe some more separation needed. I don't know. I guess that may be better on the eyes. Now I think I'll try to add audio. Not sure if there's still enough time. Yeah, I think there is enough time. The problem though with audio is that if we get to save the whole thing at once, it's going to be very big, okay? Very large. So I wonder if I really want to actually save it. I think for now, audio will be always loaded through an HTTP request. So basically it won't be cached, because if we get to load audio, audio is very big. So not sure honestly, but it's also much easier to deal with. So in the scene of the verse, I think we're gonna have the problem though with that is that, well, let's see. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that you're gonna have like some audio stream player. The problem though with that, well, no. Okay, well, we're just gonna have one stream player though in the main here. So audio stream player, normal one of course. We don't need any positional data or whatever. Okay, cool. All right. So that's it. And for the verse, let's check the signals that we have. Mouse entered, resized. Focus entered, GUI input. So maybe I do need that GUI input. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I guess let's try it out. So every time we add a new verse, wow. Well, let's check actually the API that will load the verses from what it needs. Okay, so I do remember there is Quran Cloud for that. And this is a pretty cool API. Now, if we look into the CDN and audio by Aya, that's what I need. So when you basically click a Aya or a verse, it would hopefully play how the verse should be read. Okay, so what is it even called? My mind is going crazy right now. Anyways, so CDN Islamic Network / Quran. Okay, API Quran Cloud v1. And audio edition bitrate number. Which number exactly? Oh, I see. Well, that's going to be interesting. So this actually requires the number between... Wow, that's crazy. What about this? Well, the problem would be with that is that... Well, that's interesting. So basically you need the number of the ayah, not in the chapter, but in the whole Quran, relative to the whole Quran. So from the start to the end. So how are we going to deal with that? So I think I kind of need some kind of cumulative list to give the offset for each verse, some sort. Quality of audio served. Well, that's interesting. So how are we going to calculate the number? Let's see. So when we load the Quran, parse, and we start. Chapters. Well, we have the surah verses. So this is the length, right? And by the way, let's call this actually chapter instead. Why not? Okay, interesting. Chapter dot verse, this is the length of it. And we're gonna have like a var offset, I believe. Alhamdulillah, I'm a Muslim too. Welcome to the stream, bro. Right, var offset is equal to 1, I think, or 0. Well, it starts from 1 in terms of the API, of course. But we could just keep it as 0 for now. Okay, so offset plus equal to len chapter.verses. That's interesting. Now, of course, gonna here have like var offsets is equal to a list maybe, and then of course I think the first verse offset would be 0 basically, and then you could I think offsets the append offset. Okay, now just to check this out, can you print offset? Or maybe at the end of the day, let's print all the offsets and see how it goes. And there is some problem with loading the save file for now. So I'm just gonna change the version. I don't wanna look into it now. Okay, so as you can see, there's 0, there's 7, then there's 293, and it keeps on going until you go to 6,236. So that's nice. I think that may work. Okay, interesting. So basically the first surah have an offset of 0, second surah have an offset of 7. So if you want to get the verse number globally, like relative to the whole Quran, you would basically take the offset of that chapter, which is in this case 7 for the second chapter Al-Baqarah. So you say 7 plus whatever local offset, like the offset or the number of verse relative to the chapter. So yeah. So now hopefully I hopefully would pass the I would construct, or at least give it the number. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, honestly. So chapter, where is it? So child dot set English text and this stuff. Now I think I'm going to say child dot set global number, I guess, if that makes sense. So yeah, set global number, and for the global number we're gonna say offsets of what? Versus count is the I. Well, we do have the, yes, we do have the index of the chapter. So there you go. Nice. Plus I of, which is basically the verse number. That should hopefully be good to go. So yeah, set global number. Okay, nice. Now in the verse, Func set global number. Global number. It should be of type int. Okay. Should be a var, I think, and then set global number. Global number equal to number. This should really be refactored. But anyways. Or honestly, instead of having this, just leave it like that, global number, and then we could basically say the global number is equal to that. And that's basically it. Same thing here though. That's nice. Now, let's try something. So let's link the GUI input. And let's see one thing. So if event is, well, input event mouse button and event so button index is mouse button left. There you go. And event.button index equal mouse button left. Okay. And event.pressed. Nice. Now let's print the global number of the area or the verse. Okay. Let's see if that would work by any chance. Oh well. Yeah, I gotcha. So we cannot actually have that there. We shouldn't connect this guy. So let's actually disconnect it from here. And let's actually select, for example, the Arabic text in this case. And GUI input, and let's link it there. Let's just call it, I guess, on GUI input connect. Well, oops, not that. Okay. All right, there you go. I linked it to the signal now. Hopefully now it works. And I don't know what's wrong with that. Let's just change the version for now until I can check out what's the problem. And there you go. Now this is index 0. This is index 1. For example, the last verse in Al-Fatiha. So if I click on here, it says index 6. Now if I go to Al-Baqarah and I clicked on here, it says 7. So it's working. Nice. All right. Amazing. Okay, lovely. Now I think right now it's just a matter maybe of adding some sort of signal. Called verse clicked or something. Or clicked, for example, maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah. So we could say maybe clicked dot emit, and then we could give it the global number, just like that. And hopefully right now, when we actually create a new child, when we instantiate a new child, we of course should link it, should connect it to, let's say, playverse, for example, some function called playverse, I guess. Maybe. Does that make sense? And then here would give me the verse global number. And let me just print the global number for now. Okay, let's try this out, I guess. Should be a string name for some reason. Why? Why it should be a string name? That's weird. Okay. Oh yeah, gotcha. Makes sense. So I think it should be clicked, comma playverse, or I could basically say child.clicked.connect to playverse. And let's see if that works. But again, let's change the version number real quick. Alright. 0, 1, as you can see. If I click the 6, if I go to here and I click on the first verse, there you go. So it works. Nice. Now we just have to actually load that verse and play it. Very cool. So I guess let's have another HTTP request possibly. We could probably reuse these other guys, but I just don't want to think about it right now. So just want to take the path of least resistance at this point. So yeah, HTTP request audio dot. Okay, we got a request. And request what? Well, the URL is basically in this kind of form. This is the form of the URL. Is the stream still fine? It's already 3 hours. Man, that's crazy. Okay, the stream is perfect. No dropped frames at all. Interesting. Lovely. Okay. Let's go back. The request URL. So that's the audio URL. And for now, the bitrate and the addition would be constant. Later on, we may have some configuration or something, I don't know. But yeah. Acceptable values, let's just go with the biggest value for now. Although that's probably not the best thing. But yeah. I mean, not the best thing in terms of loading time, you know. So yeah, it's just a matter of trade-off between loading time. And you'd probably pick the bitrate, maybe using the configuration from the user, maybe using an average value, or maybe you could try to kind of detect the speed of the user's connection and just, you know, automatically choose a bitrate for it. But anyways, for now this is fine. And the edition for now also, we're gonna go with this guy. Okay, const edition. And so yeah. And now I wonder how Godot strings works. String format. There you go. All right, interesting. So you just say dot format and then you give it that stuff. So it's already in the correct form. So dot request audio URL format, then you give it that guy. Then here I could basically give it, let's say, the bit rate, the edition, and finally the number, I believe, right? Yes, the number. So the number in this case would be the global number, but since they start from 1, we're gonna add a 1 because ours starts from 0. So yes, that's great, amazing, perfect. And let's make sure that these guys are equal to OK. If not equal to OK, or yeah, not equal to OK, then well, push error. To send audio HTTP request. Okay, pretty cool. Now, with this guy, request completed, you're gonna connect it up, and then when it's done, you're gonna say audio stream player dot play. But before that, of course, you gotta configure the string. So the stream would be audio stream player dot stream is equal to mp3 stream. Why Godot for something like this? Just curious. Godot is just so rich with a lot of GUI stuff, controls, and HTTP requests. Basically, I have everything that I need, you know. So like anything else, like just name something else that wouldn't be so painful to use. And of course, also it should be cross-platform. Godot Engine, I could basically make it once, you know, and just export it to Android, export it to web, export it to anything I want, basically, even console if that's if that's required, you know. Of course, if you have the NDA stuff, etc. But yeah, you got the point. But basically, the possibilities are endless. It's very quick to do stuff in it. So yeah, pretty flexible solution, unlike the other stuff. So yeah. Audio stream mp3. Is it audio stream mp3.new? Yeah, you say .data and then you give it that. All right, interesting. So we could say var stream is equal to audio mp3.new. Let's go. Now stream.data would equal to the body of the request, or the response, should I say, and then we could set it to the string. Now let's see if this works. Okay, I'm just gonna change the version real quick, and let's see. Okay. Nothing until now. Okay, there is some errors that's happening right now. So failed to decode MP3 file. Make sure it's a valid MP3 audio file. All right, interesting. So audio stream MP3. Well, honestly, I would actually give it this stream already. You know, you just say new audio stream MP3, really. And then I could basically just say dot data is equal to body directly. But that's, I'm not sure if it does fix that problem or not. But let's try to print body dot to UTF-8 or UTF-8, I guess. Let me make sure we're actually getting the right thing. Oh, why it's giving me that thing? So it's actually giving me an XML file instead of giving me the response? No? Encoding? Oh, we're getting some sort of error, I guess. No such key. Well, let's see what we have done wrong. So HTTPS, CDN, bitrate, edition number. Let's make sure we're constructing the right URL. Let's make sure that's the case. Okay. Let's try to print the URL. Okay, this is the constructed URL for that one. 1.mp3. It honestly seems all good. But the thing is, what is the result? Because I didn't actually check the result until now. Yeah. Hold on. That's interesting. It's probably failing. Well, it's actually given 0, which means, well, the request was okay. But what's the problem with that? Okay, well, let's try to copy this and actually do it in the browser even. And see what's gonna happen. So for some reason it's given us a code, no such key. Am I doing this right? It's not giving an example. Oh, there you go. There is an example here. Oh, well. Why it didn't tell us about the fact that we need the chapter 2? What? Oh my god, this is so weird. So this doesn't seem to work. If I say this, for example. Allah. Okay, gotcha. That frightened me for a second there, yeah. Okay, So in fact, it should be like this. So I just wasted my time. Oh my god. Okay. Is the CDN. So this doesn't work, but the examples. And the examples aren't the format that they're described here for some reason. Not sure why that's the case. But there you go. This is the actual format. So we don't even need the global area anymore. But it could be useful for something else other than that later on, Droid. But anyway. So now it means I need the chapter that I'm in currently, and I need the verse local number, not global. Well, so yeah. But I think we could easily do it real quick. Verse index, chapter index, right? We could say equal to 0 at the start, okay? And then every time on verse selector item selected, we could basically chapter index is equal to index real quick. And then a pretty quick thing would be, well, by the way, let me actually update this guy. So the audio URL would be bitrate edition number. Okay. So this is the number. This is the edition. And this is the bitrate. Okay. So I think that's the correct one, right? Hold on, what? No, I think I've done it wrong. Maybe. No, it's fine. Yeah, it seems to be fine. Okay, fine. Bitrate edition number. What about the chapter though? No, that's not the bitrate, that's the chapter. Oh, okay. That's the chapter. Or is it? Hold on, what? No, I'm super confused now. Yeah, it's... What the... Bruh. Go back. Something is weird here. I think I should sleep at this point. Okay, print results. Well, anyways, so we're back at where we was. So why this doesn't work? Let me copy one of the examples and let's see why that's the case. Say in Quran, audio, then we're given the bitrate, then we're given the edition, then the number. So I think that should be correct. I'm super confused. Well, let's try something. And I'm just going to take the volume down a bit so okay. And still, okay, what about maybe the bitrate is not... Alright, interesting. So I should maybe just change the bitrate. I think that's probably the problem. I mean, it's saying that it's actually something that is valid, but seems like it's not, I guess. There you go. So it works. All right. Amazing. Perfect. Perfect. So now we do not need any of these things, although I'd like to check the result later on. But anyways. So right now we have functional audio 2. Perfect. I'm not sure if it can be heard. Yeah, desktop audio, there you go. That's also very interesting. So you click. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Alright, so as you can see, you click and you hear the audio. Although now that also means, well, that also means you do not get to select without playing the thing. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Okay. But there is an easy solution that would hopefully work on all platforms, like inputs, which is, if I remember, there is something called double click, right? Let's see. Let's make sure that's the case. Yeah, there you go. Right. That's nice. So what we could do, we could make sure that it is a double click. Hopefully. And let's see if that works. Let's change the version real quick. So where's the version? There you go. So now when you click once or you select, for example, nothing happens. But if you double click, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. There you go. On Android, for example, or phone, it would be like double tap instead of double click, I guess, at least. But there you go. Pretty cool. Lovely. So let's make sure, by the way, that the offsets calculated are right. Alif Lam Mim. Well, that's honestly perfect. Okay, great. But let's check the last verse. That would actually tell us if there is any problem with the calculations. I would say no, but who knows? Okay. So let's say, for example, this. Ilahin nas. All right. Done. Okay, nice. Well, we got a cool working version now. All right. Pretty amazing, honestly. Now, we have a problem though, is the fact that the cache stuff doesn't work. So the request stuff works, but the cache stuff not for some reason. Quran is equal to saved. Save.have version. And save.version is equal to that. Well, let me just put a breakpoint there and let's see what the code does at that point. Okay. I forgot where you do. Where's the debugger stuff? There you go. Okay. So I think we could say step into. So Quran is equal saved, and then we're starting. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay. I see. I know exactly what's happening here. I'm glad it's not something so complex. So it is just a matter of saying, making this here, and if it's already saved, then well, basically just say Quran is equal to, I guess, 1 instead. So we would immediately start. And there you go. As you can see, it just loads from the file directly. Interesting. So if I do it again, and you would notice that it loads instantly, which means it doesn't actually wait for the internet. So it doesn't request from the internet. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. So now I think I'm just going to add transliteration. And I think we'll end it for this stream, maybe. So 350. Okay, that's pretty cool. Alright, it's already 3 hours 23 minutes. I mean, not bad. In that time we made a working application, I guess. Although probably not perfect, but well, yeah. So now we gotta add transliteration. So ideally, to add transliteration, we should just be able to add like another link into a list, but currently we're just hard coding everything. So we gotta take the long road of hard coding that thing too again, until we can get to refactor it maybe in a next stream or something like that. But anyways, for now I don't want to waste time abstracting stuff and refactoring. Or at least I'm so lazy right now. Anyways, never mind. HTTP request. So I'm just gonna add another HTTP request. Who cares? And we're just gonna say HTTP requests. Let's see. Instead of audio, this would be transliteration. Now my hope for this app would be to later on add another tab for settings, and then you would be able to like exactly configure which languages you want, you know, if you want transliteration, etc., and it would all be basically all be downloaded for you and cached. And you would also maybe have some option, do you want to cache this or not, basically. But yeah, anyways, so transliteration. And now since we're going to have 3 HTTP requests, we have to wait for 3 HTTP requests to end, to end. So var counter is equal to 3 now. And next up, what we gotta change is we gotta add another URL. This URL, I guess, would be called transliteration. And where we're gonna get the transliteration from Tenzil, I believe I already downloaded it, right? So here, there you go. So I'm just going to copy the download link here. And there you go, translation ID in .transliteration, and type XML, of course. And yeah, now inside the request, we're just gonna copy, paste for now. Okay. Transliteration URL. Okay. Alrighty, now let's actually link that thing. Oh man, I should have not, but it's fine. I can just basically disconnect it. Okay, cool. Request completed, connect it up, and now we're basically going to parse and sort. But instead of English chapters, we're going to call this transliteration chapters, I guess. And yeah, transliteration chapters. Now what we should do next, I think we should change here now. Oh yeah, so first of all we should add another text edit right there, and this would be the transliteration. Okay, I know the name is not the best in the world. Anyway, so set transliteration text, I guess, text string, and text edit 3. All of this have to be refactored, but yeah, equal text. And now child dot set transliteration text, and here we gotta add another guy, transliteration versus Quran dot transliteration chapters index dot versus. Right? Index dot versus. Okay, cool. Now that and that. All right, pretty cool. So hopefully that would be enough. But before that, we should of course make sure to change the version, because the data, the cached data, is no longer valid anymore again. So let's just do that and hopefully it would work out. So invalid get index on base array for some reason. So it's trying to index chapters. Oh yeah, so well, chapters is size 0. Oh, that's interesting. English chapters is loaded in, but the chapters aren't loaded. And so that means it's probably calling start before, but well, counter is equal to 3, so what's the matter? Counter is equal to 3. That's weird. Okay, how much the counter is right now? It's 0. Weird. Well, what about saying 4 in the counter right now? Same problem. That's not possible. So I think maybe it's somehow not requesting the data again. Let me make sure that's the case. Maybe that's the problem. Possibly. What? Why all those errors? I think we need like a base case, or I mean, is it called else or what exactly? I do not remember the math statement. If I wonder if I have it here somewhere open. Well, anyways, Godot match. There you go. Okay, it's already here. Okay, so how would you say anything else? There you go. Okay, so that will just do nothing. Just pass. I don't know why that's what's that even, but anyways. So let's see. Let's change the version for now. See what's gonna happen. And nothing works for some reason. Well, oh, I think because of the counter is 4. Okay, let's see. Invalid gets index translation chapter. I think I should change the version now. Still same problem. Not sure what it's doing. So okay, breakpoints have been hit. What? Oh, do I really need 3 though? Because in fact, well, I do. What? Are you kidding me? Well, let's see start function. Let's just print the counter. Print counter. 2, 1, and 0 for some reason didn't fire up. So only 2 HTTP requests, well, at least only 2 times start function got called somehow. So we have 1, 2, and well, 3. So what's the problem exactly? Well, so transliteration is not firing up somehow. Well, are we sure that we're requesting the thing? Oh yeah. Man. Transliteration, so that makes sense. On ready var. Okay, so hopefully now this works. On base dictionary. I think right now we gotta change the version, hopefully. Okay. What the? Invalid get index that. Transliteration chapters. All right. Can you print result here? Just to make sure it's actually. So I think it's saying 0. No, actually not. Hold on, what? Really? Oh, did I add? Oh my god, okay. Bruh. That's why we have to refactor. Just a lot of bugs. That is coming to bite you when you want to add something new. I mean, come on, bro. Did I actually not? What? Maybe the version this time again? Oh my god. Well, finally. Oh man, that is crazy. But it seems like you have BB code. Ooh. Ooh. Well, I didn't do that, so but hopefully it's the same syntax as Godot's BB code. So yeah. But we have to change the type, I think, to a rich text label and hope for the best. Fit content, of course, and BB code enabled. Oh, sorry. We gotta change the type to something else. So change type. Well, yeah, it should be rich, but text So there is text edit and there is something else. So we were using line edit or text edit? What? Yeah, we are using text edit. So doesn't it have then the BB code thing? Well, that's crazy. But anyways, for now, let's just try this up. Well, the BB code is enabled, but sadly, doesn't seem like it works. All right, well, that's crazy. Let's see, Godot.bb code. Oh no, it's not the same thing. Oh my god. Sadly. But it's close enough. I mean, I guess maybe we could do some replacement, although I'm not sure how good would that be. For example, here, this U thing, maybe we could basically do something like this. Is it that way, right? Yeah, well, I guess hopefully it would be actually pretty simple to do. Hold on a second. That's gonna be crazy. So send transliteration text. So text dot replace. And what we're gonna replace? Well, we're gonna replace this guy with this guy. And also, again, replace what? Replace this with this. And let's just hope for the best. Okay, so. Well. Oh, there's that U thing too. I'm not sure why there's that big U. And hold on a second. Can you just remove this for a second so I can see that more clearly? For some reason, it's actually sometimes they're using big U, sometimes little U. That's crazy. But man. Well, this is interesting. But yeah. I mean, we could make a parser and crazy stuff like that, which turns that thing into that thing. But man, I just want something pretty quick. We do not have much time left. push tag, push italics. This is honestly interesting nonetheless, so. I'm just looking if there is like some kind of option to, let's say for example, change something about how BB code syntax is, or right. Well, we could do something simple, I guess. So until now, I only see U and B. So, well, that's nice. Okay. So we could do this maybe. And replace. All right. Well, we could say that. Or we could leave those and then basically replace that with that. But no, actually we should we cannot leave those. So that would be replaced with that, and then I honestly do not remember the rest. Hold on, let's just see this for a second. Yeah, so slash, okay. So the replace, I think be like this and be like this. Oh yeah, and then we could, then after that we could basically replace everything else with that. This is not the best ever, but hopefully I'm just trying to make this work. So okay, well hopefully this works well. Let's see, is there, I think there is another character, I think you, right? Yes, you. So we gotta add that too. Okay, right. Instead of B, it should be called U, 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 U. Oh my god, let's go. It seems to work out perfectly even. There you go. Oh my god. All right. So we even have those guys working. Honestly, this is very great. All right, perfectly amazing. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna stop it for now. Stop the stream. I think how much time it took us? Well, around 4 hours. 4 hours to create such application. Although, of course, as you can see, the code is spaghetti, everything is spaghetti. It needs some refactoring, but it works. At least in ideal cases, but yeah. So, yeah, I think I'm going to launch this into GitHub right now. And if anyone wants to help with the development and the refactoring, etc., they can help. So I think this is probably the first open source and cross-platform Quran applications. Not sure though, but yeah. So especially made in Godot. But yeah. Anyways, so how to do this? Well. Okay, by the way, how big is that save file? It's 3.2 megs. Cool. Okay, whatever. Anyways, so we're going to app user data. So cd, and I'm going to side documents, Godot, Quran, and for now I think I'm just gonna make sure to save everything and just close it up. Right, okay, and here I'm just gonna say git init, I believe. So I guess git branch dash m main, and there you go. Now git add, do not remember how you do it, maybe like this, and git commit dash m well, I said git add everything, bro. Git add dot git attributes. All right. So it's just a matter right now of actually making a repo. I honestly don't know what to call it. I don't know what to call it yet. For now, I'm just gonna call it Quran. Let's see. Quran app anyways for now. I wonder if I can change this later. Oh my god. But anyway. So license, well. I do not want this to be sold, honestly. which license to go with. Well, it doesn't seem like, I'm not sure how that goes. Well, let's just say, I guess, MIT license or something. Although that doesn't really does what I want, but anyway. Git ignore, create repo, I think. Alrighty. And I'm just gonna open this in code. Going to go to Git and basically remote, add remote from GitHub, put on app, main, and I think there's rebase. There you go, pull rebase. How do you actually push? Man, that's crazy. I'm trying not to do something crazy. Well, CP, at least let me back up here. // Okay, so at least I backed up there. So if anything goes wrong, which probably would, not so good at this stuff. Well, honestly, you know what? I could just do something pretty simple. You know, okay, hold on a second, hold on. I'm gonna redo it. CD. Okay, and then basically what I'm gonna do is rm-rf.get. Let's go, and then finally get in it again. And then we're basically just going to code point. Now I'm gonna do everything from here basically. Gonna add all the changes. Going to commit. First commit. Gonna publish. to get a public repository. Weird, why it's taking this long? Oh man. Oh man. All right, there you go. Either readme or you know what? Cancel changes. Okay. And I'm just going to get the license here. Honestly, raw. New file. License. There you go. And okay. And there you go, pretty much. So we're done. And here is the repo. All right. And so that's pretty much it for now. Well, see you later, everyone. Goodbye. And so that's pretty much it for now.